you go. You silly. Oh gosh. Hold up. Wait a minute. Stop. I'm ready to watch this. I'm ready to watch this keynote now. I've been on my phone for like an hour, 2 hours. Jeez, that was longer than I thought. Um, it's all good though. Let's see. Let me get some of my stuff off this screen. Okay, so this keynote is it's like an hour, a little over an hour. I almost feel like I should fill up my coffee cup. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna do one last round of preparation. I'm gonna fill up my coffee cup and grab my food and double check baby boy before, so that way I could just sit still for like an hour. see. What is the proper audio routing strategy? Okay, perfect. Perfect, actually. Here. Good timing. Got 40 seconds on the start. Okay, so I'm actually looking forward to this. I wanted to watch it yesterday, but I completely... I was literally in the middle of an event. I know they're going to do a lot of Gen AI stuff, so that's what I'm looking forward to. I've been spending a lot of time on Google Cloud Platform lately.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Google Cloud Next Developer Keynote. Please give it up for your hosts, Richard Seroter.
Oh, look at them. Real fancy. Coming out the crowd.
And Chloe Condon.
Oh. That's cute. Oh my God, I wanna do a big conference. Like, doing big conferences is so fun. Like, production of big conferences is so fun.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Next 2024 Developer Keynote. I'm Richard Seroter, the Chief Evangelist here at Google Cloud.
And I'm Chloe Condon, a Chief Developer Relations Engineer for Google Cloud.
Yeah, we made it.
Yes, we're here in Vegas in a room full of developers who build, run, and operate software using Google Cloud.
Yeah, and some shout outs to some developers, our champion innovators over there. Yeah. Some folks from my team, don't behave yourselves during this time. That's what I'm talking about. And all of you joining online, thank you so much for calling in. So look, just 8 months ago, thousands of you joined us in San Francisco for our previous developer keynote. That was a good time. We learned from Google experts. We saw Google's latest technologies, which was great, and celebrated what a legacy looked like in the modern world.
Speaking of 2023, we took last year's developer keynote video and we used the latest Gemini 1.5 Pro model to extract some information from it. Here were all the things that we wanted to know. When did we actually do a demo? Did we talk about BigQuery? Who was the chief tuba innovator? I have some questions about that.
I've got questions, yeah.
Did anyone talk about RAG? Before coming on stage, we loaded up the video and prompted it with a few questions and sped it up a bit.
Yeah.
It's 75 minutes of high-definition video.
Yeah, let's see what we got. So if you look at the insights that we got back from this, it's actually pretty good. Like, it kept track of the different questions across the video time, answered different types of questions, and even found some names. Miles, like, look at that. So look, it's cool that we actually are showing product a little faster than last year as well. I'm kind of glad we didn't ask any questions about that absurd musical intro, but we love Forrest.
Developers can use our Gemini 1.5 Pro model to get insights on things like code bases with over 30,000 lines of code, extract information from 11 hours of audio files, or even a doc with 700,000 words.
Jeez, it's like one email from my boss, Gabe. It's amazing. It all fits. Super cool. So look, the pace of innovation is speeding up, though, and you all are building some amazing things right now. At Google Cloud, we want to meet you where you are, but frankly, take you further than anybody else can. The future of development is giving you smarter tools to build smarter apps that run on smarter platforms. I think Gemini is changing the way developers deliver software, and we are here to prove it to you today. So we're going to show you how Gemini makes coding better, we're going to show you how it makes platforms better, and we're going to show you how you make ops better.
Let me
This
get my
next
Notion
developer
out, 'cause I
keynote
need
is
to
made
take
by
notes.
developers for developers. So let's get moving.
Awesome. Yeah, we got to get you out of here in 60 minutes or Allison's going to yell at me again. So we've got a jam-packed morning, so we should get rolling.
Yes, I'll get some of our cool demos ready while you introduce our first guest.
Love it. Thanks, Chloe. So I'm pumped to invite someone on stage to show us generative AI for the developer across the entire cloud experience. So give me a big Vegas welcome to Vice President and GM of Google Cloud, Brad Calder. Yeah, we just can't get you off this stage.
Yeah, back again.
Back again.
Thanks, Richard, and welcome, everybody. So yesterday we heard Thomas talk about a new way to cloud. We are helping customers build AI agents and applications. And in today's keynote, we're going to see how developers can accomplish this. But first, I want to talk about a few.
Okay, I'm gonna pause this real quick because I want to make sure I get my notes. I did actually take notes from IO, which I think is what they were talking about from 8 months ago. Let's see. I will show it real quick. Yeah, so this is the last event they were talking about. Making AI helpful for everyone. They were starting to talk about some of the AI features, but this is really generic. The developer keynote is here. So they definitely have made Gen AI a lot more accessible. I know they're going to talk about a lot of stuff in Google Cloud. I'm a little bit more up to date on what's happening with Gen AI on Google Cloud platform, just because some people know I was doing a Gen AI training that Google hosted back it was a few months ago now, but earlier this year they did like a 6-week. It was 2 days a week for 6 weeks, I think, and they covered like a bunch of different applications of Gen AI and how we could actually use Google Cloud Platform, different services that they have. Yeah, so I really got to play around with a bunch of stuff. I have like preview access to Imagine, which is their image generator, that they're basically their generative AI model for images. Imagine was supposed to be coming out of preview like at the end of last month. So I know that they kind of talked about it a little bit in the main keynote, but definitely they're going to talk about that. They have like a cloud-based IDE that you can use, which is really more developer friendly for AI development, because like most people are not going to be able to train models on their laptop, no matter how no matter how beefy your laptop is at some point, right? So they have like the ability to like code directly on the cloud. So I know they're going to probably talk about that. They talked about MakerSuite last time. And I wonder if they'll go back into that. The big thing last year was that they were going to be going from the Palm model to Gemini, and now we are in the Gemini era. So it should be a lot of upgrades there. And I guess I'll be curious to see what they talk about under mobile dev too. Web. Here's the web stuff. I need to look at the web GPU API. So let's see. Collab. Yeah, see. There's a lot of stuff. And then they were talking a lot about hardware yesterday. Here's Google Cloud right here. Vertex AI. I spent a lot of time with Vertex AI. At least a decent amount of time with Vertex AI. So I'm familiar with that. But then, like I said, there's a lot of stuff that we were getting access to that was more so in preview mode. So just really seeing like the full capabilities of what they have officially launched at this point on the platform. And then I want to see Duet. I want to see a little bit more Duet, like the developer uses for Duet. Yeah. So okay, now I feel a little bit refreshed. But like I said, the big thing last year, the big thing was like Gen AI is going to be more accessible. And like I promise y'all, if you are trying to do anything Gen AI related, like adding Gen AI to your applications, then Google is a good platform to kind of look into because it's really developer friendly. Like they definitely took their skill set of being like their developer, what I want to say, the developer experience. They really kind of leaned into that, um and made it, like I said, they made it developer friendly versus like someone that already has machine learning experience and can do things a little bit more from the ground up. They have like a lot of things that we used to have to write code for, used to have to bring a library or a framework in, and now it's just like almost plug and play. It's just configuring it in the cloud, and it works. Like their vector search is so easy to implement into like an existing set of data or an existing website. So with with all that being said, I am going to, I think I'm ready for my note taking.
Awesome. Yeah, we got to get you out of here in 60 minutes or Allison's going to yell at me again. So we've got a jam-packed morning, so we should get rolling.
Yes, I'll get some of our cool demos ready while you introduce our first guest.
Love it. Thanks, Chloe. So I'm pumped to invite someone on stage to show us generative AI for the developer across the entire cloud experience. So give me a big Vegas welcome to Vice President and GM of Google Cloud, Brad Calder. Yeah, we just can't get you off this stage.
Yeah, back again.
Back again.
Thanks, Richard, and welcome, everybody. So yesterday we heard Thomas talk about a new way to cloud. We are helping customers build AI agents and applications. And in today's keynote, we're going to see how developers can accomplish this. But first, I want to talk about a few products I'm excited about.
I know you are. Where do we start?
Okay, let's start with Gemini Code Assist. This is our cornerstone product for developing applications with AI assistance.
Yep.
It helps developers build applications in their favorite IDEs, languages, and environments. And we're making Gemini Code Assist even better by integrating the power of Gemini 1.5 Pro. This upgrade brings a massive 1 billion token context window, which is the largest in the industry.
It is. Yeah, I mean, this, I think, revolutionizes how we all do coding. All of a sudden, you can look at your whole code base and add new features, do version upgrades, even comprehensive code reviews. Makes it all much better.
Yep, exactly. And you'll see Code Assist used throughout the whole keynote today.
Awesome. So, love assisted development, you know that, but you've also been leading some pretty transformational work on how people run and operate their software. What do you have?
Yeah, and for that, I want to talk about something completely brand new.
Let's do it.
So yesterday we released Gemini Cloud Assist. Gemini Cloud Assist makes it easier to design, operate, troubleshoot, and optimize your application. It uses the context from your cloud environment, knows about your specific cloud resources, and helps manage your application lifecycle.
Yeah, I need help in big ways troubleshooting apps. You know this. I'm not good at this.
Yeah, and that's one place where Gemini Cloud Assist shines.
Love it.
By leveraging the specific context of your application, it'll help you, Richard, solve problems like troubleshooting. When you have a production issue, every minute counts. And Cloud Assist helps you uncover the root cause so that you can solve problems in minutes instead of hours. Okay, so let's get to a demo and demonstrate Cloud Assist in action. Yep. And for that, I'd like to invite Jason Davenport here to help us out.
Brad, I think Richard broke the internet.
That's not surprising.
Not surprising at all. All right, so we're here at our application page because we're working for Symbol Shops, and something's definitely wrong. So I can't buy clothes, I can't buy couches. We gotta get this fixed, right? And we gotta do this as fast as possible.
Yeah, we're all counting on you.
No pressure, right? All right, so here's what's fun, right? This is where we're gonna use Gemini Cloud Assist to help us root cause this problem really quickly. So I'm gonna open up the Cloud Console here. I'm gonna start by asking Gemini to show me recent alerts for Symbol Shop app, which is the app that we just looked at. And by the way, I'm terrible at actually
I
typing on
promise
this,
you, I
so-
wish I had
You are
this when I
terrible
used to
with
be
that.
on call. Oh
absolutely
my
terrible.
God.
All right. So what's really cool about this, right, is that Gemini Cloud Assist knows about all of our project features here, right? It knows about our run times, it knows about the health, and it knows specifically what's in it. And all this is because we're using App Hub to power this new experience, which is now generally available.
Yeah, and what's cool here is that App Hub tracks your application's resources and dependencies.
Right, and I actually now have a lead on this problem. So what we're doing is we're getting our application and service back, but I'm going to go ahead and click into this incident to see what's actually going on. So here, I'm actually looking at an incident summary page, which summarizes our problem. So it looks like we have a 503 problem with one of our load balancers. Now, we know we've seen some network problems before, and I'm not ready to blame Richard for this quite yet.
Not yet.
Not yet, but we should probably dig in a little bit more and see what's going on. So I'm going to go ahead and click View Logs. And sure enough, that's a lot of 503s.
This is
So,
triggering me.
to make this a little bit easier, what I'm going to do is just open one of these, and then I'm going to actually use explain this log entry, which will help summarize all of these JSON elements here, and just make it a little bit easier to consume.
Yeah, that's fine. I figured Jason would be better at JSON, but that's not a big deal. I'll be quiet now.
Just ruthless today.
I'll cut it out.
Absolutely ruthless.
Fine.
All right. So it looks like we got something back, right? And there is a load balancing problem that we have. But let's really see something cool here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Cloud Assist to troubleshoot the load balancer for the error above. And what's going to happen after a few seconds is Gemini is going to start doing the things about figuring out what's going on with all of my network paths, and quite frankly, things that I would probably be in 10 screens to figure out what's going on with. And I actually get back a direct answer here, which saves me a lot of precious time and pain trying to diagnose what would be wrong with this otherwise.
Yeah, and as you can see, once again, this advice is specific to your cloud environment.
Yeah, and that actually makes a huge difference, right? Because we can see that we have a firewall issue in this specific project. So what I do want to make sure of, let's see when this actually happened, right? So I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to ask it to also show me recent changes to the firewall. And what's cool about this is that we're going to query all the assets in our project to understand what were the things that are in there, and then when were those changes actually made, because we do actually have a pretty big audit trail for this.
So the firewall is down again? Okay, how did that happen? Every demo.
I know. I change things a lot.
We're going to revoke Richard's owner access after this.
Yeah.
All right, we do actually have a problem, right? So let's figure out what we need to do to back this out, because we want to make sure that we can actually sell things on the internet, right? That's our
Gotta salvage
whole
this
goal.
for me.
All right, so the next thing that I'm going to do here, because we can see this, is I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to ask it just what is the command to remove the firewall rule above. And so, Richard, you also get the postmortem.
Yeah, I'm going to use Gemini to do the
postmortems.
postmortem. I think it actually works.
Good
Soon,
idea.
right? All right. So we get back a command here, right? This is cool. Now,
If they, I feel like they joking. But if they show me that Gemini can start your freaking postmortem, that sounds like a joke. That sounds like a joke, but I don't think that would be a joke, because I don't know if anybody ever had to experience a postmortem, but like if you have an incident in production and services goes down, one practice is like after the fact you will have a postmortem where it's like you have a meeting to basically discuss what was the problem. Did we come up with the root cause to the problem? Because a lot of times if you fix the issue in production, you might not actually have figured out the real reason that it happened. And you have to figure it out so that you don't go down again. And it's just funny because actually, I think that practice, I don't want to say it came from Google, because I could be wrong about that, but I know Google has like literally a whole book about like managing services and running a postmortem and all that. That practice is definitely like a part of their culture at Google. So I literally would not be surprised if they had this, if they were just like, yeah, and then you just prompt Gemini to start a postmortem like document for you, and then it opens up a Google Doc that like has everything you need for your postmortem, and it like puts all, oh my God, that would be so crazy. Cause like it takes a lot of effort and energy to write a postmortem doc. Even if you know everything that happened, you have to kind of keep track of what were the different issues and like kind of summarizing everything. And if they show me that, it's over.
Even though we're having a little fun, right? Just call out, we should obviously check with our team, make sure that this is actually the right thing to do. But once we have done that, let's assume we have, let's go ahead and then fix this. So I'll go ahead and hit copy to Cloud Shell here, which actually opens up an editor, and I have my command already in here, and you can see that it already has the context of the specific rule that we're gonna get rid of. And what I'll do is just go ahead and hit enter, and then I'll go ahead and hit yes. And then this will come back here in a couple of seconds, and we'll have our problem resolved.
Yeah, it's amazing. That's a game changer, right? We got to the root problem really quickly, entirely in chat. This saves you a significant amount of time. Whether you're an expert like Jason, whether you're new or terrible at this like me, it's all fine. We put Jason on the clock there because this matters, right? Every second you're offline, it impacts the business. So great job, Jason, on that one. So let's switch gears. Yeah. There we go. They're just happy that things are working. It's a low bar. There we go. Look, we saw how you'd use Gemini to help manage applications. That's great. But how else are we bringing Gemini to the entire developer experience for clouds?
Yep, exactly.
Cloud user.
Exactly. So in Google Cloud, you expect world-class data services, and now we're extending the AI journey for developers by bringing you Gemini in BigQuery. With this, developers can build amazing analytics applications and data agents with the help of rich multimodal
This is what I need
AI.
right here.
In addition, we're making it easy to use Gemini with your data in real time with continuous queries in BigQuery.
Yeah, I love those. That feels like a big deal. I think most of us know doing real-time analytics has never been particularly easy.
Yeah, and that's why I call it BigQuery.
Gosh, I'm rubbing off on you in a bad way.
Yes, you are.
Not good.
So Jason, please show us an example of building a real-time analytics application in BigQuery.
Oh yes.
All
let me see.
right. So let's say that we're working at Symbol Shops because we just got our website back up. Thank you, Richard. All right. What we're doing here is we're going to analyze social media trends so that we can actually keep up with this and detect these trends in real time so we can respond to them and do things like marketing analysis or maybe marketing trends and campaigns. Now for this, what we need to do is actually build a real-time pipeline. So real-time in this case being that we can take our social media comments, we can extract things like topics, sentiment, and products, then we can actually give this to our marketing team and our other data teams to use downstream. And what's really cool here that we're going to get into is how we can do this all from BigQuery with the help of Vertex AI, but with the new continuous queries feature.
Yeah, I love that. Is this the tool you use to pick out those sweet kicks you got today?
I mean, these things are cool, right?
Yeah, those
You can't
Google
fault
Cloud
that.
shoes.
Very nice.
I'm
You
so
can't
mad
fault
they
it.
got shoes. I want some
All right.
speaker shoes.
So let's go ahead and get this built, right? So the first thing I'm here, I'm just in the BigQuery home. We can see that I actually have a few things here for my social media that I'm pulling in. I have this social media post page here. So let's go ahead and just query a few records to make sure that we're getting some data in. Okay, that's pretty cool, right? We have some stuff here from different platforms and some post text. But now is where we really need to actually get our work started, right? So what we're going to do is open a new editor. And we're going to go here, and we're going to actually use Gemini Pro to both analyze our topics and sentiment, and we're going to use Gemini to actually help us write this query for it, right?
Nice.
So I'm going to go ahead and hit this here. I'm going to come in to write a SQL statement. And what we're going to do is ask Gemini to essentially build us something where we have a prompt that can extract sentiment, topics, and product mentions from post text in the social media post table, and then we want this in JSON output, no JSON pun intended, for our next step, which we'll show here in a minute. And I'll go ahead and run this. And what we can do here is see that we're actually getting back different things, and what's great here is that it's helping me with different things in SQL syntax, like different functions and things that can actually be really difficult to remember if we're working across all these other databases for it.
Yeah, and that's a lot to remember and to get right that Code Assist helps you with.
Yeah, getting the right statement figured out is not easy. You say, I love the natural language. Good
Yeah, it's great. All right, so now that we have this, let's go ahead and add it to our editor. And just to make sure it works, we'll go ahead and get a small piece here on a subset of our data. So I'll just go ahead and run with the limit 10. And we can see here, once we have this popped up, that we have essentially the message and the payload that we want. And we also have some results from the LLM on that social media post table. And what's really cool is that in two things, this function call and then this prompt statement here, that's how we're actually calling Gemini Pro to get all of this LLM richness on our data.
So,
All right. So we have these
so sentiment analysis is it's just like a function in BigQuery. That's what they're showing me?
things. We have them in JSON. Now we're ready for the next step.
I can call a model. Right? Select from. Okay, so I got my data set. And then this is crazy to me. Extract sentiment, topics, and products. Oh, this is the result. Okay. It says write a SQL statement that runs a prompt to extract sentiment, topics, and product mentions from post text in my social media post table. Yeah, so they're generating. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, so how do we actually do this continuously?
All right, so here's the part, Brad, that's going to be really cool. So to get this to run continuously over data, there's a couple of things. First, what I'll do is I'll remove the limit. And then I'll take this prompt here because it's not going to know everything about what's in my head that has to get onto the keyboard. So I'll go ahead and augment this a little bit with some additional things. And now what I'm going to do is turn this into a continuous query. And for that, the first thing we're going to do is come over to More. We're going to do Query Settings. I'm going to check this box for Use Continuous Query Mode. Great name. And then I'm going to select my service account. And then we have it running. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I mean, that looks easy. It's just a checkbox, but there's a lot of engineering magic that the team built to do that, right? You're enabling real-time data pipelines in BigQuery, and it's fully managed by BigQuery. What's left?
All right, so I promised there are only 2 steps, right?
Yeah.
Hold me to it. Here's what we're going to do for the second step, right? We're going to come in here, and the last piece that we're going to do is with 4 lines of SQL, we're going to actually set up this whole process to run on our data in real time, extract all those things that we talked about from the LLM, and then send all of these results to our event handler, in this case PubSub, so that our applications and data teams can subscribe to this in real time.
Nice.
And all that I need to do is hit run.
Yeah, this makes it so easy to build a real-time processing engine.
Yeah.
All right. And now we're running continuously, right? Super cool.
Yeah.
And the last thing that we want to do just to make sure, right, that this is running on our stuff is I'll go ahead over here. We have some different results. I'll go ahead and hit run. And we can see that we're actually getting a lot of data back, which is really cool. So we can see that I have my post IDs, which are the new ones. I have some different sentiment. I have topics, and I have products as a part of that. And since all this is going downstream to our event bus, we could actually do things like find trends in all of this data and do more offline type of analysis or multimodal analysis with BigQuery and Vertex AI.
Yeah. Thanks, Jason. So the 2 demos Jason just showed us use several features across our Gemini for Google Cloud portfolio. This provides a new generation of AI assistants and capabilities for building AI applications and agents with Google Cloud. And this is just the beginning, and there's so much more to come.
Yeah, that was amazing.
I want to see
Looking forward to the rest of it.
building
Brad,
agents.
Jason, thank you for showing
Y'all,
off Gemini across
Google is
Cloud,
doing a
helping us see
training
how we can make the entire development and
about
software
building,
experience better with Gemini.
agents.
Back to you, Chloe.
Thanks, y'all.
Starts next month.
Now we're going to dive deep into how to build, run, and operate with Gemini. The first stop on our journey is how to go from a great idea to an immersive, inspirational AI app in just a few minutes using Google AI and Google Cloud. To help me get started here, please welcome Google Cloud Product Manager, Femi Akinde.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing?
We're doing good.
Femi, generative AI seems so simple yet difficult, especially when we try to make our idea a real application. So let's create some inspiration. I was inspired by a developer community video that used Gemini to identify and categorize a bookshelf. But how can we turn this into activation?
Well, Chloe, a lot of your books feature very interesting travel destinations. But you and I both know LLMs are trained on a lot of general information. So, can we get Gemini to recommend fantastic places to travel based on the books you've read?
Great question. Let's load it into Google AI Studio and see if this will work. Here we have a video of the books on my shelf, and I want to go somewhere in Europe. Let's ask Google AI Studio to recommend places to travel in Europe based on the locations in my bookshelf that I have here.
A multimodal model like Gemini offers so much power to classification and recommendation scenarios like the ones we have here.
Okay, our prompt is back, and this is cool. We have a few recommended places based on our books. Simple travel itineraries are so 2023, though. Let's get recommendations and let people do things like book travel.
Google AI Studio was great because we proved that we could use multimodal input to get place recommendations. Since we want to build an application, we need to shift over to Google Cloud to build it out, which gives us more enterprise-grade controls and capabilities. And since we're going to write some code, we'll need an IDE to code in. So Chloe, could you please go over to Cloud Workstations from Google Cloud?
Sure.
Here you can use a hosted and managed development environment.
This is it. This is what we're doing next, y'all. All our coding is going to be on the cloud.
This is great. I can see there's a VS Code workstation, so let's go ahead and open that.
It's great that in under a minute, we've moved from validating our idea to being ready in our IDE, which means now we can code. And we'll need an application framework for that, one that's highly responsive and dynamic to give our users a great experience. We also want it to be highly integrated with our hosting platform. So let's use Next.js to build a great user experience and minimize our code. Let's build it.
Let's do it.
Great. And for that, I met a great expert on Next.js backstage. I'll pass the mic to him, and he'll help finish this off.
Thanks, Femi.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Bye, everyone.
Bye. I'm sure our audience would love to see this in action, so let's bring one of the creators of Next.js on stage to show us how it's done. Please welcome the CEO of Vercel, Guillermo Rausch. Thanks for joining us at Next.
Thank you, Chloe. Happy to be here.
So let's say I'm building an app with Next.js, and I want to start including AI in my development process. What do I need to think about?
Our goal at Vercel is to make it very easy to create and publish applications on the web. We developed the AI SDK to simplify adding AI to any web application. All you need to know is React, Svelte, or Vue. If you're creating a Next.js app, you just need to bring in the AI SDK, your idea, and your model of choice, Gemini. It lays the foundation for the next wave of AI-native user experiences.
Like a chatbot?
Well, just over a year ago, we saw the first generation of AI chat. You could write a rap song or a poem and get help with homework. But the models were only as smart as the information they were trained on. So they couldn't answer real-time questions like, what's the weather in Vegas? Not a great experience. So developers quickly got around this limitation. With retrieval-augmented generation, along with tools and function calling, we made our AI applications more powerful and reliable.
You can do RAG
Developers
really
could now
good
give
on
language
Google
models
Cloud.
more contextual information about the outside world and use them for reasoning rather than just next word prediction. RAG allowed chatbots to move beyond their training sets.
So we're done.
Well, not quite. Look, if you're telling me that we've spent trillions of dollars on GPUs and training, and all we got was 1995 style plain text user experiences, we're not done. So text is sometimes useful, but the reason we've invented as an industry technologies like React and Next.js is to make interactive, intuitive user experiences. With the Vercel AI SDK, we aim to tackle this problem head-on. With our latest release, we allow developers to move beyond plain text chatbots to create rich, interactive, component-based interfaces that we believe will be the future of AI-powered user experiences. At Vercel, we believe this is the future, and we call this generative UI.
I see what you did there.
So let's take your starting point of books that help us plan travel, which is a great use case for LLMs. So as you can see here, we have our repo with an Next.js chatbot, of course. It's built with the Vercel AI SDK already running, as well as some basic code from Gemini. Let's make this interactive with the ability for users to select their destination, pick flights, seats, and even pick hotels.
Great. How would we do that using tools and responsive components?
All right, so first, we focus on our actions.tsx file over here. So this file has a React Server action that calls the Gemini model using the Vercel AI SDK to get a response. So for more information about everything in the file, you can use Gemini Code Assist to explain the file. So this helps break down everything that happens here so you can read and translate programming concepts. To make our app, we have components for listing flights. We have components for choosing seats. And because we're using the AI SDK with Next.js, these are regular React components, which means I get all of the benefits of using React. So instead of simply returning a result, we define a series of React Server actions which use Gemini. So this does two things. Number one, we can now dynamically fetch external data for the user. Number two, we can pass that data and return it into React components to render.
That makes building this app pretty easy. So let's say this is ready to go, and we deploy it. Can we try it out?
Yeah, so let's go through the flow.
Okay.
All right, so let's highlight the components. You have a recommendation, and you want to go to Rome. So when I ask to book a flight to Rome, we get this awesome flight list built in a React component instead of boring text, of course. So the component is streamed on demand, so it doesn't blow the JavaScript bundle with lots of client-side code. And when I select the flight, even better, it calls Gemini again with a React Server action. So this time, Gemini decides to call the show seat picker tool, which gets the user current seat, but also lets them change it. So remember when we said that we could do better than just text? So we're doing that here, mixing both text and React components to make something truly immersive. So when I go to change my seat, my selection can be made available back into the model. We could even build checkout and boarding pass React components to demonstrate the kinds of useful, stateful, and even agent-like experiences that are now possible, even integrating other Google APIs like flights or payments.
This is so rad. I can't wait to share this with others so they can book personalized travel experiences from books.
I have to say this is a really great experience, and as we continue to improve it, our code is automatically built and published as a Vercel app. Incredibly fast, secure, and available around the world. We're excited to help move the needle here through the Vercel AI SDK and Next.js and unlock generative UI for everyone.
Great. I'm so excited to see what new experiences developers will use these tools for. Everybody, give it up one more time for Femi and Guillermo. Thank you so much. We just showed you how to take your AI application from idea to reality quickly using Google Cloud and partners like Vercel. We also showcased why multimodal models unlock so many possibilities and how function calling makes LLMs even more impactful for end user experiences. And shared how AI charged frameworks like Next.js help simplify the development process with support from Gemini models. Now we're going to pass things over to Richard to cover the next step of delivery with AI, getting things running and deployed.
Thank you, Chloe. That was awesome. Yeah, clap for Chloe. That's good. So that was a great look at developing with AI. Now to help us talk through running and improving our production AI apps, please help me welcome Google Cloud Developer Advocate, focused on running things at scale, and she's the co-host of the Kubernetes podcast, Caslin Fields.
I like her outfit.
Awesome. You got more claps than Chloe on that one. That's nice. So Kazlyn, look, I need a production-grade generative AI agent or app. How do I make it?
That is the question of the moment, isn't it? Let's dive in.
Okay.
So a generative AI agent is essentially an app stack like any other.
Agents.
But I'll show you the differences as we go.
Awesome. Did you just add LLM? Is that the only difference? No? Okay. Anyway, in that previous segment, we saw that some front-end code talked to a fully managed Gemini endpoint. That's what we were messing around with. But now we want to look at a different full-stack application in action with all those different pieces, including the model itself. Can we break it apart and then talk about all the cool
I
stuff?
want to see Spring too.
For this demo, we're going to build a better chat experience for symbol shops.
Okay.
Using generative AI enables symbol shops to provide product recommendations based on images of the customer's own home. In the app, the customer can open the chat agent, which is right here. And here in the chat agent, you can provide an intent-based prompt, like, what would look good in my room?
Good question.
And then we can upload an image of the space.
Why is that called Richard's dining room? It's creeping me out. Why? Picture, I look like a serial killer. What kind of room is that?
It's actually my living room.
It looks great.
So here, the agent is analyzing the media to detect what currently exists in the room. And based on the items that it sees, along with our available inventory of items, it recommends the top items that the customer might want to purchase.
All right, that's really cool, but then how did this actually happen? What did you do here?
So we used a multimodal model for our chat,
Gemini.
but the key is customizing it to understand Symbol Shop's catalog. And we do that using Retrieval Augmented Generation, or RAG.
It's very easy.
And
It's
here's
very
the user
easy.
flow.
Okay.
To analyze our image, get our products, and then create the top recommendations for the user.
Okay. So let's show developers what this looks like. They can see what's familiar, what's new for anyone building this kind of software.
Building these types of apps will be more familiar than you might think. By the way, you all can deploy the demo that we just shared if you want to check it out.
What?
Let's talk
I'm
about the
thinking
components of our system.
Okay.
You can think of these like services in a modern app stack. Here are the main logical components. Data ingestion, which we use to get data, calculate embeddings, and store embeddings as vectors in a vector database. Serving, where we receive prompts, call the LLM, and validate responses. And quality, where we continuously evaluate the actual performance of the LLM. And then we connect everything together in a vector database like AlloyDB. When you take these top-level items and then show what Google Cloud products we actually use, it very quickly looks like a common application architecture, except that this one serves a great generative AI experience for our end users.
Yeah. Yeah, what I love about this is it can be as complicated or as simple as you need it to be based on the use case.
Exactly. And we've published an architecture, if you want to read up more in our Architecture Center, to use this pattern for your own use cases.
All right, so there's a lot there, but let's drill into two of the key components, the model and the database. What can you tell me about what you picked and how they work?
With all the choices out there, it's important for our dev community to understand the options and the opinions. We picked Gemini for our LLM because multimodality is really needed for this use case. Next, let's talk about the database, which is kind of the glue between all of these systems.
Sure.
Almost all the databases here at Google Cloud have some level of vector and embedding support. We picked AlloyDB because it has vector support, it's 4 times faster than regular Postgres in transactional workloads, and we're already using it. So this makes it easy for us to focus on the chat experience.
I'm completely shocked that you picked Gemini. That was, didn't see that coming. But actually, the most curious thing I have is in the database. How does that really support RAG? We've heard about it, but can you show this in action?
Yeah.
Vector search.
Let's pull up the database in the new AlloyDB Studio, where I can connect to my instances databases in the Google Cloud console.
Google has, they have embedding models, vector embedding models that can, well, she probably show this probably. Actually, yeah, she'll probably show this right now.
So in here, the first thing that we'll look at is in our product table. If I run this command that I already have up here, well, query, you can see that it shows me the product information. And some of this information is also the vector embeddings, the vector representations of our product descriptions. And these vectors can represent text or image meaning in the same vector space.
Okay. So what you're saying is that when I want to find related meaning across data, I can kind of search across images and those product descriptions in a single query.
You got it.
I learn quick.
Next, let's look at how we can quickly search for products using a query with vector search. So in this query, I'm searching for a recommendation based on my natural language input, which is here. So AlloyDB has direct connections to Vertex AI so that it can manage the process of converting my language in this query into an embedding. Then it searches all of the embeddings in the database to find similarities. And lastly, it returns the top 3 relevant products. So this is a way that we can use RAG.
Yeah, makes that room look better. I love how simple yet scalable all this is in a single database engine. That's great stuff. Now tell me how we wire this up for serving, and I got to serve this out.
So for our infrastructure, we're using GKE, aka Kubernetes, because we already use it for our web app. And specifically, we're using GKE Autopilot. So it automatically scales based on user demand. We can also deploy clusters and services across different regions as we expand our global reach. Last, let's talk about the application framework.
Okay.
For that, I'm going to tag in someone whose app dev work I really admire. Please help me welcome Spring Developer Advocate from Broadcom, Josh Long.
Right. Thank you, Kevin.
Great job.
All right, Josh.
They let anybody in here.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Look, we don't have a ton of time, so I want to talk about applications and fast applications and fast AI applications. Can you help?
Absolutely, Richard. I want to tell you why Spring is the best way to run any Java thing in production. And what we just did to make it easy to run Spring with Gemini and Vertex.
That's great. Super cool. So I have a scenario for you. We just saw from Caslin, it's kind of AI powered. We saw chat, we saw these other things, we saw UI. But what about when I need scale? I want an API, right? I want to have partners and app builders use that. And while we love that Python is great for a lot of AI work, it's democratized, right? We're making it good for all devs, Java devs, and others. Spring is still my love language. So how do we use Spring Boot, Java, and Spring AI, the new project, to build this sort of AI-enabled API?
Well, Richard, I like to talk fast and code fast and make production containers fast. So let's do this fast.
Let's build it.
We're going to start here, okay, my friends? We're going to go to start.spring.io. This is my second favorite place on the internet. Can you guess what my first favorite place on the internet is?
Is it still production?
It's still production. It's always going to be production.
Right.
We're going to build a new application here, start.spring.io. We have a few decisions we need to very quickly make, some answers that we need to provide. First of all, what do we want to name the service? I'm going to name the service Service.
Great
because
name.
I'm really great with names.
I love it.
Thank you. I get that from my father.
Sure.
My father was great with names. When I was a small boy, we had a small white dog, and my father named him White Dog. I mean, again, amazing with names.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it. My mom, she tells me all the time, she says, you're very lucky that I named you. And yeah, that's probably true as well.
Your name would have been Lamp.
We don't want to know. And then we have a choice about what version of Java to use. Friends, there's a lot of good choices, but Java 21 or later are technically superior in every way. They're also morally superior. Sure. This is very important. So we're going to leave that there as well. And then we have some decisions to make. First of all, we want the web support. We're going to build an API, right? That's what we talked about.
Right.
We're going to use the JDBC SQL database abstraction, of course. Right. We're using AlloyDB, but that's binary compatible with?
Postgres.
Postgres, okay. And we're going to use the GraalVM native image support.
And GraalVM is?
It's an open JDK distribution that has some extra utilities that allow us to build really fast native operating system binaries. Okay?
Got it. And
then finally, where would we be without the Spring AI module for Gemini?
You wouldn't be up here with me.
That's true. That's true. Exactly.
So that's the price of admission.
Seems fair. So we've got all of our selections here, but we're on the clock. I would normally hit generate and open this up in the IDE.
Right.
I've already got an IDE waiting for us, so let's just switch over to that. Okay, and so here's the public static void main code that you would have gotten. I'm just going to copy and paste all of this right there.
You code fast, but not that fast.
And we want to set this up for success in production. I'm going to enable virtual threads.
Those are magic, right?
They give you non-blocking I/O without the complexity of things like async await and the like.
That's awesome.
Gradle W, I'm going to kick off a native compilation here, okay? We'll just let that run in the background. This is not a regular Java compilation. It's a GraalVM operating system specific compilation, so it'll take a little while. Oops, whoop, there we go. And take 2. There we go. So we'll let that run in the background.
And now walk back me through the code, because what you're doing is you're doing some of these things of calling the database, calling the AI model, all those sorts of things.
Absolutely.
Walk me through it.
Pretty straightforward, pretty much what we've seen, I think, at least I hope so.
Yeah.
So we start from here. We got a method called recommend, given the current product that the user's looking at,
Sure.
and a query, a question by the user, given that product. We go to AlloyDB, we look up the other similar products, given the
Run the
description,
query
given the
that they
embedding.
show.
Doing a vector search there, you see in the
Absolutely.
command. Yep.
Very straightforward. And then we go down here and we get the results, the similar products. We use that to then create a string, which we then plug into our prompt to Gemini to ask it for similarity, right?
And that prompt template, that's a Spring AI component that works even if I'm swapping models and making worse choices and not using Gemini, but it would all work.
Right, exactly,
Right.
yeah, exactly,
Okay.
yes. So a nice little toolkit there. And then we send that off to Gemini. It gives us a response. It gives us the ID of the product in particular.
Yeah.
We then use that to do one final lookup in AlloyDB to return the result that the user asked for. Now,
Now, if I don't have a Josh Long available,
exactly.
and I got handed this code, this could take me a long time to digest. Can we ask get a little help potentially here? And,
Yes.
Ask Gemini
Let's
for
see.
some help, maybe?
So we can ask it some questions here.
Yeah, might have to hide our little window there.
Yep. Okay, let's see this down there.
Nope, or maybe Gemini doesn't want to help me.
There you go.
There we go.
Sign into Google Cloud. Well, it's okay.
I don't want to do any of those things.
So we'll go to the console here. It's run.
It's already run. So let's show me, this is a super small binary, right?
Right. So we go to the build directory. Build native compile. Gonna run the program like so.
Yep.
Service up and running. There you go.
That started comically fast for a
That
Java
was
application.
Super
Very
fast, and it's tens of megabytes of RAM and all that. And now I
Nice.
want to actually make the request. So I'll just call the API that we just created.
Yep.
And we get a nice response. Look at that.
Look at that, a nice leather chair. So this was actually using modern native Java to talk to a database, augment a request, and then give us back a lightning fast response. You can use GraalVM images, like Cloud Run, and containerized images. It's amazing. I love it. So all the things you saw today, this is legit ready-to-use tech to prove that RAG and these architectures are actually not that hard. We have a jumpstart solution you can use today that creates this RAG system in under 15 minutes, and you can try it out. So look, we covered a ton of ground here. We looked at how we can build agents and apps with RAG and LLMs. We got our app running in GKE, and we used some cool AI frameworks. So we are working to give you the most innovative and integrated stack for model training, serving, grounding, and more. Thank you, Kazlan and Josh, for a tour of this modern runtimes with AI.
Thanks for having me.
Love
Bye,
it, man.
everybody.
Oof, tired just watching that guy. It was great. So let's talk more about this runtime and platform stage and how Gemini makes running apps better. Can you all join me in welcoming VP and GM for our cloud runtimes, Ken Goldberg.
Hey, Richard.
Hey. Thank you for being willing to hang out with me today.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
I know, it's why you're my favorite. Don't tell Brad. Ken, I think you have some things you want to show us, things you're excited about when it comes to Gemini, making platforms better.
That's the second reason why I'm here.
Okay.
So, Google runs billions of containers in production, and it has to be smart about how to run at scale. The same is with our customers, as they continue to create and deploy more and more software. We think AI can help us create and run modern apps. Maybe Jason can help us here again.
He's good at that.
Already here. So let me maybe start with Cloud Run.
Yeah.
Cloud Run is an amazing service for running your applications and agents at scale and to innovate really fast. But we also heard some folks tell us, hey, can you make it simpler to bootstrap an architecture? And guess what? We did just that.
Yeah, so you're talking about making it easier to spin up a complete service, not just one Cloud Run service, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Look at this new canvas we are now shipping in preview. Using Gemini Cloud Assist, I can ask for the architecture I want and get back the right components with default settings, including the container image used for Cloud Run. See how I then configure each component here, starting with my service, where I can add my own image, and then configure other components like my database and even load balancer.
Nice.
I can also use natural language to modify the architecture. Maybe we should add a cache layer to my app.
You're making good choices.
Then we simply hit deploy, and our application will be created on Cloud Run.
It's awesome.
This experience is helping developers to think in applications and manage them more easily.
Super cool. What a great way for devs to kind of build out and explore a modern architecture using tools like this. I love that.
And do you want to see something even cooler?
You know I do.
So we've just enabled multi-region deployments so that you can deploy this application globally.
Wow.
You can see here this single command in Cloud Shell. It's the regular one that everybody is used to deploy services. But notice my region. I can deploy a Cloud Run instance to any number of regions at one time just by adding the regions I want here.
That's so cool. I love Cloud Run. I think it is the fastest way to any production workload, and I think no other cloud makes it easy to deploy to multiple regions like we do.
Yeah, it makes two of us. It's definitely one of my favorites.
That's good. You're not supposed to have favorites. So look, people also love having access to GKE, though, which is your other favorite. When they want to deploy platforms, commercial software, or just apps that run best on Kubernetes, when is GKE the right choice for AI workloads? And don't say all the time.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
But definitely when you want more flexibility and control, GKE got you covered. And you know, what's interesting is that with AI workloads, some of the new challenges that our customers are seeing now can uniquely be addressed through the power of GKE. One challenge is growing the ecosystem, but really GKE can be easily integrated and extended. For example, we've added new support for the Ray framework so that you can train and serve AI models more easily with GKE.
Yeah, that's not easy to do if you've just done it yourself, right?
Now, if you've done it ever on your own, you might know the complexity and steps that you need to follow before you even get to the fun stuff.
Right, fun stuff.
I like those stuff.
Okay.
And you can see here that we just updated our UI to make it simpler to add Ray to GKE cluster. It's a single checkbox, and we got you covered.
That's super convenient. What else have you added to GKE that makes it this sort of ideal host for folks running their enterprise-grade AI workloads?
So besides support for popular framework, we've also introduced new support for TPUs, optimization for container startup time, and loading data faster, helping our customers to save money and improving developer velocity.
All right, you said developer velocity. It's on your bingo card. You got that. I'm thinking notebooks, though. Can I just use regular notebooks with this, or is there anything funky?
I think this is a great idea, and of course you can. So here you can see that you can use Vertex AI Colab Enterprise notebooks with your Ray cluster. These give you all the benefits of both GKE and Ray, as well as Colab Enterprise on Vertex AI. Here, we are running inference on our Ray cluster from a notebook. And if you want to hear more, you can join my Spotlight session today.
You should not miss that Spotlight session. But as you mentioned, it's not trivial to build and run lots of containers. Day 2 is going to have to change as we keep creating more and more software. So what are you doing with AI to make operations in GKE a bit easier?
That's a great point. So earlier, Brett showed us Gemini Cloud Assist. And it offers a very powerful way to use resource-aware generative AI to run your cloud platform. And we are providing Cloud Assist across our cloud services. Let's see how.
Yeah.
When you activate Gemini Cloud Assist, you not only get contextual answers to chat questions, but also in-console recommendation for optimizing your clusters. Here in this example, I'm at our new cluster overview page, where we have surfaced more Gemini-generated insights to keep your clusters healthy and optimized.
Beautiful.
Now you can also go and view insights for my costs to see what I can do to help my monthly spend. Because Cloud Assist knows about my configurations, including regions, I'm getting targeted actions by cluster that can be taken to reduce my spend. I can then drill into the recommendations and even ask follow-ups for how to execute the steps, keeping humans in the loop just to validate. This is definitely one of the largest asks by developers in our community. And for optimizing GKE, see that Gemini is offering very specific recommendations in the GKE dashboard and help understanding GKE logs.
I can't wait for being able to use this more and more. It's great.
And you know what? Soon I'll be able to use Gemini to even act immediately on each of these.
Wow.
Bringing AI to GKE helps you build and run better platforms for your users. Thanks so much, Jason.
Great job. So, look, I love seeing how hard we work to make Google Cloud the absolute best place to run Kubernetes, and it gets that much better when you put something like Gemini in the mix.
For sure. Containers are an ideal way to package modern software, and AI-assisted container management platform with both GKE and Cloud Run offers you best option to boost productivity in the cloud.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. So, Hen, thank you so much for helping us explore how Gemini and Google Cloud make platforms better.
Thank you so much for having me.
That was amazing. Chloe, back to you.
We've talked about developing with AI and building powerful AI applications using developer tools. Now let's take a look at how developers are using Gemini to manage and fix their problems in applications. Please help me welcome to the stage a reliability advocate here at Google Cloud, Steve McGee. Welcome, Steve.
Hey, Chloe. Nice shoes. Check it out.
Hey, thanks. Totally not planned. A lot of teams out there are getting ready to ship their first LLMs to production, but might not know where to start or what's needed when they get here. Little help?
Sure. As we build things like the RAG app we just saw, we now have a new operational control to consider: prompts. We always want to be improving our prompts, their text, their parameters, or which model they're built for. These prompts are written right into the code of the app. They are code. So today, teams tend to do this in a kind of an ad hoc way. They're just sort of trying stuff and discussing it in the team chat.
Doesn't seem like the best way to keep things organized. I'm sure the best prompts could get lost in the shuffle.
Right. So we want to help make this better and less toilsome. So you've heard the term prompt engineering. We can iteratively use prompt engineering to improve the reliability of our app, improving the prompts that are used in our code. Teams operating these apps should now be able to follow a loop like this: detect the poor performing user interactions, extract examples of these poor interactions, update the prompts, and then compare the new prompt's output to what was there before. Then we can deploy that new prompt safely using existing CI/CD systems.
Okay, so I could do all this in my notebook, but I imagine it's harder when working with a big team in production.
Totally. That's why we're introducing these to Vertex AI: prompt management and prompt evaluation. Now you can see in real time how changes to your prompts are working, kind of like a before and after view. So let's see how this works in Vertex AI when a prompt is underperforming. So here we now have a My Prompts view, and we're going to look at one here. It's just called rugs. And I'm just going to switch tabs to speed things up a little bit. So here you can see you can edit your prompt, you can run it, you can see all of the parameters on the side, and here's the response. Can we understand this response? Is it really easy to diagnose what's going on?
I think it could be a little better.
Could be a little better, I agree. So here's our new UI for comparing prompts. We can add a new prompt. We call this like a new candidate, and I've pasted in a new one here that's a little bit better. So the structure here that we've made it better with is we're giving it some context, we're giving it the job to be done, and we're also specifying the format. So instead of just this stuff at the bottom that our app needs, we're able to investigate it with all of this extra data, and we can see, yeah, this looks like it's making good suggestions, right? So we're able to determine if it's correct or not, and we have the scoring at the bottom. In this case, the fluency went up. This looks much better. This is like real English.
A lot more context, a lot more information.
That's right. So what do you think about this one? Should we keep this one?
This looks great. Let's lock it in.
Cool. So we can do this thing that's called use as ground truth. So if we set that, we can make a few changes if we need to over here and hit save. Now, if we look over on the left, there it is. We have our ground truth set, and we have a new thing here at the bottom. If you notice, there's a rouge and blue score. Those basically say how close to ground truth are we. So the system will be able to build more responses that are closer to our ground truth over time. So I think we're pretty good. Should we ship this?
Let's do it.
All right, so like I said, we're just going to take the code and we're going to push it into production using our existing CI/CD system. So we're using Python here. We're just going to copy this and we're going to paste it into a repo, and our CI/CD system will pick it up and it'll just make it out into production, and that's it.
Great. So we have a history of all the prompt ideas, and the best one is safely in production.
Nice. So AI apps like this can produce emergent behavior. resulting in novel issues like we saw today. So teams need to be ready to adapt. In fact, there's an SRE proverb that I really like. May all your incidents be novel.
Thank you, Steve. I think I know someone else who agrees with that.
Thanks, Chloe.
Thanks. Let's welcome to the stage a leader in the operations community and the co-founder and CTO of Honeycomb, Charity Majors. Welcome to Next, Charity.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
Charity, you've been such a major leader in the software engineering community. So first, let's talk about your approach to observability, improving systems, and how that all shows up in Honeycomb.
So at Honeycomb, we make next generation observability tools to help software engineers understand the code that they write. It's about being able to explore whatever's happening at the intersection of your software, your infrastructure, and your users, and being able to go from a super high-level view of your system all the way down to very granular and precise details like every single user's experience.
Is that why you've always been so adamant that observability isn't just monitoring with a new name?
Yes. Yes, our systems used to fail in fairly predictable ways. But this is no longer true. Our systems are dynamic and chaotic. Our architectures are far-flung and diverse and constantly changing. You don't know what users are going to do with your app. And the old ways of resolving issues just don't work anymore. So our tools help you deliver faster, higher quality user experiences, leaving you ultimately with more time to focus on your business instead of firefighting.
Sounds pretty cool. How would I see this in action?
Let's do this. So you've already shown us applications running in GKE in a controlled environment. However, we'll need to add some chaos to showcase real challenges in observability. And how do we get some chaos? Users. So we wired up real Honeycomb traffic to the Gemini model. And this right here that you can see is a stream of real user requests in Honeycomb. We have this tool called Query Assistant right here that uses generative AI to create Honeycomb queries. So you can ask questions about your code using natural language like which users have the highest latency and get back a relevant query and result.
Even if Honeycomb queries are easy to write, I have to imagine that natural language is even easier to write, right?
Definitely, absolutely. And this Query Assistant tool, like the thing that I just used, was backed by the Gemini model for these. So we are looking at a record of real Honeycomb users using the Query Assistant to understand their code, and we're now going to use Honeycomb and the Query Assistant tool to debug problems people are having using Honeycomb and the Query Assistant tool.
So you're using Honeycomb to debug Honeycomb.
It's very meta. So like most people who have built and shipped products using LLMs, we've found that generative AI does an amazing job most of the time. When it doesn't work quite right, there's a very long tail of possible reasons why.
Isn't it precisely the kind of problem that observability is designed to solve, dealing with the unknown unknowns?
It is, yes. Observability is all about unknown unknowns. So we can't just jump to a log file because we don't know what we're searching for or looking for yet. So instead, we start with service level objectives. Here we have an SLO that's an error budget for one of our SLOs for Query Assistant. It's called availability. And this particular SLO is one where we've instrumented the entire operation, all the way from when the user hits enter, through the RAG pipeline, through programmatic prompt construction, the AI model call, response parsing, response validation, query construction, and submission to the query engine. And by the way, this is how we really do debug this feature in production.
So it's a powerful feature, but there are a lot of places where things can go wrong here, yes?
Well, that's the thing. Like, if you think about the flow that I just described, there are a lot of opportunities for error, and we haven't even started to get into all the ways that no one can break. I mean, a lot can go wrong, and we have no hope of knowing in advance how it could break.
Makes sense. So how can I figure out what happened and what to fix?
So as you can see here, we're currently producing a working query 95.6% of the time. For those of you who work in generative AI, that's pretty good. But I would like to understand the remaining 4.4%. What's going on? So let's scroll down to the view where the magic really happens. Like, we call this the SLO bubble up view. What bubble up does is it looks at every single query assistant request and it compares every single dimension between the requests that violate the SLO against the baseline events that satisfy the SLO, and then sorts and diffs them so all of the differences bubble up to the top. Basically, it tells me what's different about the things that I care about.
You're basically exploring here.
Yeah, I don't know what the problem is, but we're getting closer, right? So I can see here that my error column is the most common outlier amongst the violating events. No surprises there. But there are several different error values. Let's dig into one of them to learn more. Unexpected end of JSON input. That doesn't sound right. Let's use the query assistant to explore the responses. Let's look at the responses, get those, and okay. So when
I'm trying to get this
oh
to
my
go
goodness,
away.
how do I scroll to the,
There we go.
they changed the mouse, how do we scroll? Do you know how to scroll?
Yes, here we go.
To the,
Oh, yes, here we go.
You're a genius. Thank you. Okay, so when you look at the specific error, it looks pretty clear that we are truncating the responses. Like, that's not valid JSON, right? So now I'm wondering if our config limit is to blame. Let's look at the output config. And go down and scroll to the right again. Ooh, 150 tokens. Okay, so our configuration was just for 150 tokens for the response event from the LLMs. Clearly that's enough because it's cutting these all off. So this seems like an issue that I should take to the team, right? So this whole flow just shows how incredibly important observability is when you're building with generative AI. We found this problem to fix, but new ones will surely come up. There are a half dozen other errors there already. But when you can use SLOs, identify something that you find interesting, and then slice and dice and explore your data like this, you can really quickly get to the bottom of any issue, even if it's completely new and unknown to you.
This really showcases how I can use observability in my new application. Here we've done a few things, shown you how you can better understand and adapt prompts running in production with Vertex AI, and learned about different failure patterns and how system observability can help us make our platforms better. Thank you, Charity and Steve, for joining us today and for sharing with our audience how AI is shaping modern ops and observability. Now I'll throw it back to Richard to introduce our final special guest.
Thank you. That was awesome. So let's talk about how Google and our partners are doing some pretty fantastic work bringing generative AI technology to you. We're going to pick one here, so please help me welcome the engineering manager at Hugging Face, Philip Schmid.
My favorite. They're my new favorite. OpenAI used to be my favorite, but not anymore. I like the work they're doing, but still.
That's a long walk. Nice job. Good to see you. You're doing so much to enable our developers and developers everywhere to use Gen AI. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and we are excited to have Google Open Developed models available alongside powerful integrations into Google Cloud.
Yeah.
How about we jump in and I show you how to train and deploy models directly from Hugging Face to Google Cloud?
I love that idea. Show me how it works.
So we start here in our model hub, where we now have over 500,000 available models for developers to use. Look, one of our most popular models is Gemma 7B. At a model card, we find helpful information about how the model was used, how it can be trained. We can even see how well it does on benchmarks. And we can directly try it. Let's see what Murph is her favorite. My name is Murph, and my favorite color is red. That's fantastic. Once you find a model you would like to train, such as Gemma, we can directly do this by clicking on Train Google Cloud. Choosing this option gives us Colab notebooks available in Vertex AI, where we can perform instructions, fine-tuning, or further train our model.
I love that. So what if I like the model as is on Hugging Face, and I just want to deploy it? I don't want to train it or do anything else.
If you directly want to deploy the model, we can select Deploy next to Train, Google Cloud, and then we are provided with two options. We can one-click deploy our model to Vertex AI, or get step-by-step instruction on how to serve the model with GKE and GPUs using Hugging Face text generation inference. And we are pleasant to announce that we are bringing Deploy on Google Cloud option to thousands of Hugging Face available models.
I love that. That's great. So, yeah, there we go. That's awesome. So what if I'm starting in Vertex? So you started in Hugging Face. What if I'm starting in Vertex, but I want to use all of those types of models running there? What have we done there for you?
Yeah, so if you are starting in Vertex, we have a new deploy from Hugging Face options.
There you go.
With hundreds of available Hugging Face models to select, deploy, with tested configurations for Vertex AI and GKE.
Yeah, that's amazing. All right, so thank you for showing us all of that. I've started actually using Hugging Face myself recently, and I'm hooked. So thank you so much for showing us all of this and being a great partner with Google.
Thanks.
All right.
I love them. They're my new thing.
All right, Chloe, that was pretty awesome. So many different demonstrations that put AI into context, right? Honestly, it's not about AI, it's about how AI makes what we do better. So no one is putting AI into the center of the developer experience quite like Google is.
Agreed. I learned so much from all our guests, but I wonder what the major takeaways are. Here's a wacky idea.
Okay.
Could we put this recording of the keynote into Gemini and ask for takeaways?
That seems super stressful to the production team. Yeah, let's do it. So, let's bring out Jason one more time. Is he killing it today? Jason Davenport.
Is he just like rotating around, or is he literally coming out every time?
All right.
It seemed like they did a spinning. They should have did like a spinning.
You want one more time? So what we did, we took a good subsection of this. We took about 627,000 tokens worth of video from the first part of this keynote.
Wow.
So we chopped that, we got it from the truck, we put it into Google Cloud Storage, and now we're essentially running it in Gemini. So what did we ask? Chloe?
Looks like the first question here is how to build a RAG with Google Cloud to help our developers build better grounded generative AI. Question 2, what product does in-console troubleshooting?
Yeah, you're just pitching products here, Jason. Good job.
All right.
Look at that. Look at the results. Yeah. So we got some great stuff back.
Yeah,
Those are pretty
that's
good
all the
results. So look, if you
architecture.
take away anything from this keynote today, it's that from coding to running platforms to operations, software's simply better with Gemini.
Thank you all so much for being here today. Enjoy today's breakout sessions and stop by the Innovators Hive to try out all the latest tech while talking to your favorite Google Cloud experts. And we'll see you in the cloud.
So now the thing I want to see really quick is what do they have? Let me see. Google Cloud Next, because they should have like labs and things like that. Let me see the session library. Those are the keynotes. So, a cybersecurity expert's guide to securing AI products. Ooh, okay. So some of the breakouts, a good amount of the breakouts are, some are already available. Some are in progress. I'm not sure if they're going to have all of them, but they still have a good amount. Productive time, thank you. I hope you're having a good day as well. This was my main thing I wanted. I did some other stuff today, but this was like one of the main things I wanted to check in on and get caught up on, because this happened yesterday actually. But I was at an event yesterday, so I wanted to see. followers, speaker sponsors, innovators hive. Learning challenges. Do they have a track for on Cloud Skills Boost? Sometimes they do tracks for the events. Right now, I'm on the machine learning engineer path. See, like they had a Cloud Next 2023 learning path. They had 2021, 2022, and 2023. I don't see one for this year. Can I sign in without craziness? This is the right browser, I think. Oh no, I went down. See, I gotta get on it, but I'm on this path right here. 1% complete. This is a really beefy one because this is like a full. This is the prep. This helps you prep for the MLE certification, cloud certification for Google. If I go to explore, there was a couple of. Here's the. I want to show y'all. Was this one? This one. This one. Okay, these three. These were shared during the event. So this one was the microservices demo. Yeah, okay, so I think this was the one. Okay, thank you. This was the boutique service that they showed. So this is the actual demo for that. And then this is actually just more so about the architecture. So they mentioned like the RAG architecture that they were using. So this is like something you can actually kind of read into, which I will certainly be doing. And then excuse me, this was just like a quick you can like get this app up and deployed and running on Google Cloud. This was after, I think this was after the spring demo. So those are the main resources they shared. But I'm like, they usually have let's see what they have under challenges. They had a hackathon. I really don't see where they are highlighting any like specific workshops and stuff that you can do or like labs. They really should be pushing Google Cloud. What is it called? I was about to say Google Cloud Next. They really should be pushing the Cloud Skills Boost. I can't see what I'm doing. Okay. There we go. Let me try to sign in too, because excuse me, I kept trying to figure that out. Okay, so it looks like they are gonna put up like video coming, play now, play now, play now. Okay, I can see more now that I'm signed in. That's what I figured. Because before a bunch of stuff, like not all of these were generating some type of indication that they had a recording, but now I have something on every session. Okay. Beautiful. Yes, lovely. That's exactly what I need. So I wonder, can I filter this? Let me see. Because 241 results is crazy. And today was the last day. Oh, I want to try it. I want to check out this one. I'm gonna put this on my list. Well, I guess when they have the video, I can just do it that way. Why does it doesn't really catch that I'm registered. What if I do this? Okay. Okay. All right, that's fine. But let's go back to the session. Filter, tracks. AI and ML. Start. Is that gonna give me both tracks or only things that overlap? 372. 370. House startup, clear object. Okay, so this is just basically jump scare myself, but innovators hive tech training. Okay, so video availability topics, industry. Okay, so I guess I have to kind of look out for it. So, like, for example, I like that they tagged them, but I just wish we could search or filter by those tags. All right, it's gonna be a lot of sifting through, but this is I'm gonna go through some of the different AI content as I have time for sure, and figure out which ones I actually want to focus on, because 372 results. What I can do though, I can do like video availability, because yeah, that brings it down significantly. So either the video is going to be available or the video is already available. That's what that filters to. So that's somewhere to start. AI for healthcare, for manufacturing, for media, for retail, for telecommunications, in capital markets. It's just all the things. I want to watch this one though, from proof of concept to impact. How long is this? They're gonna keep jump scaring me. Hold on. 30 minutes. Okay. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna watch this one. At least this one I'm probably gonna watch today. You know what I should do? Open it up on YouTube. Okay, be quiet. Thank you. And that way I can, I can have it kind of in my history, so I can watch it on another site. Now it's helping let me do it. We're just gonna put AI for now. Now can I do it from here? Yes, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The number the number of sessions that start with accelerate. It's like 10. No. Basically 10. Build RAG-based large language model applications with Ray and Google Kubernetes engine. These are the slides. Why they delete the video though? Okay, they got a lang chain session. I'm putting this on my list. All right, so all good things. I feel like the keynotes, I don't know, the keynotes were good, but they were so high level. I'm like, maybe I'm just already familiar with a lot of the stuff that they were kind of announcing today. So it's all good. I want this one too. But I was mentioning before, Cloud on Air. This is the training I went through earlier this year. They said that this is going to be available until May. So if you want to watch it, you kind of want to check it out sooner rather than later, because I don't know what's going to happen once they put up the new training. But all of the videos, all the sessions are still here. You can watch all the weeks, and then it depends. They did these live, so there are actually different presenters depending on which time zone or which region you prefer to watch. So I watched the one for US time zone. This was around noon Eastern time for me. Why do I got 10% battery life? That's crazy. I must have took it off the charger early, but it must not have been plugged up, actually, because it should have been full charge. Okay, so anyways, but yeah, I followed these during this US time zones, so I watched these sessions in particular, so I can highly recommend those. But I'm sure the other presenters were awesome as well. But you can come here and you can find all the sessions. They did a good job for anybody that has like a technical background, or if you have like a product background. and you want to understand a little bit more about like how you can leverage Gen AI and what the approaches are, what the different tools are that you have on Google Cloud Platform, then pretty much that's what this training is about. But they are going to be having a follow-up training, which I'm really looking forward to. This is about making like chatbots and AI agents with Gen AI. And so I want to see. Oh, I'm going to be following these sessions as well. I think it was really it was like really high quality, really good content. These sessions are a little bit more abbreviated than the previous ones. The other sessions, it was 2 sessions a week. I think they were an hour and a half as well, but it was for 6 weeks. This one is just 4 weeks long. And then pretty much what they did to support throughout the program, they gave us credits. So actually under resources, I don't know if you can still get the credits after the fact. They had a limit on when you could actually activate the credits, I believe. Oh, okay, so now they're really recommending for the trial for credits. We got cloud skills boost credits though, and those were helpful so that like all the labs here, a lot of the labs were in cloud skills boost. So you have the different notebooks. They have a repository with like a bunch of generative AI examples. That's usually the notebooks that they're referring to here. So like this is a notebook. Most of the examples, pretty much all the notebook examples we went throughout that training, they're all in this repo. And then you could actually run those however you want, whether you run them in collabs, or if you wanted to run them on Google Cloud Platform, like you can actually run these. Or some of the notebooks are actually implemented into labs in Google Cloud Skills Boost. So like my profile. Like I can look at my activities and some of the different labs that I did during that time frame. These were specifically like mostly, I think, yeah, all of these were like recommended labs. So yeah, that material was really good. It gives you like a good basis. And like I said, the training, that Google for Startups training, that was actually geared towards like CTOs, devs, and product managers. So I'm looking forward to this one when they talk about building agents. Actually, let me look at the topics. Gen AI, so like a general overview, and then design patterns in that. Ooh, nice. Okay, design patterns in the ecosystem, pipelines. Build out end-to-end code pipelines for a customer service app. Build out end-to-end user journeys and front end for the app. Wait, is this? Hold on. I wonder if it's one. No, it's not. Deep dive into connecting Gen AI models to the real world and handling agent tasks. Deep dive into user journeys using eval to create the right user experience. Multimodal use cases and workflows for businesses, bringing it all together with orchestration, productionization, and deployment. Yeah, so it's good material. I'm looking forward to this one. Then, like I was saying, I was kind of mentioning this before, but I'm like, I want to see like how Azure is doing in this space, because I see those two as like big competitors with each other. Not to say AWS isn't huge, because it is, but when I think about enterprise level applications, bigger corporations and things like that are using the cloud, I think of Azure versus Google. And Azure has like a really solid base in that regard, because a lot of companies will use like Microsoft, as their base for a lot of their IT and tech needs. So I know, like, I've had experiences where we had systems on Azure, legacy systems on Azure. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Azure is approaching this process, because the thing that's making Google really sweet right now is the developer experience, tied with like their understanding of what it really takes for I would say like higher level execs to be like bought into a platform. So they understand the enterprise market and what the different challenges are with enterprise. But at the same time, they're also looking at, how do we make this, how do we make integrating these, like, especially Gen AI, how do we make integrating Gen AI into different business applications as developer friendly as we can, especially for those folks that do not have machine learning backgrounds. I'm not as familiar with where Azure is going with that right now. So that's something I want to kind of become a little bit more aware of. And then AWS, I don't know how they're doing right now. Because like to me, AWS is definitely like every startup I ever worked for typically had like AWS deployments. They're really popular, but they seem to be lacking in the AI area. Not like they don't have any AI tooling, but Google is a linchpin in like AI research right now. Everything that we do that's LLM based is coming from Google research ultimately. AWS, I was looking into it, they do have a lab and everything, but I'm still trying to see where they are gonna land once as like, especially after Google has pretty much started to build so many more features and tools into the platform, and they are like, a lot of their stuff is native, right? Because at the end of the day, they actually are one of the driving forces behind like the advances in AI that we're seeing right now. So it kind of makes sense to go with like a Google, Microsoft is similar, but Microsoft also, of course, like most people know, Microsoft has the OpenAI partnership. I have to read back into that too, because I remember when I was looking into it before, a part of Microsoft invested in OpenAI, but they also have some agreements around like access to models and things like that. So, OpenAI actually, Microsoft would be a little bit more of like the native, have like OpenAI a little bit more in the native sense as far as the models that OpenAI has. Of course, OpenAI, like their models are all, they have the APIs, right? So you can just use their APIs that way. But realistically, like in practical terms, companies deploy their code to the cloud, and I'm not going to go and, separately use the API if I can just integrate it from the cloud side. But AWS on the flip side, because we were talking about this last week, I want to say, when we did the Train X podcast, but AWS has really, they invested in Anthropic. So I'm curious to see where that's going to go. And I think that I want to say that their founders here, I think one of the sessions I just put on my list was, yeah, let's see. Can I just do this? Because I know I just saw it on here. Yeah. I'm going to watch this one for sure. So yeah, that'll be interesting. It's very, I don't know. It's interesting to watch this whole process play out. And I'm excited. I just think it's so funny because a lot of people keep saying like, oh, you know, software engineering is going away. And it's just like, I can't imagine it. You know what I mean? Like I get where people are going with it, but I'm like, software engineering is not just writing freaking functions. Like, it is a very complicated process. The more complicated your system is, the more you really need to understand and know. And I don't, like, AI cannot code like that. Like, AI just cannot code like that. Like, and AI only, like, especially at least where we are right now with Gen AI. Like, Gen AI is running on data, machine learning in general. But you need data in order to train the AI. I just can't see software engineering going the way that people keep saying, because it's almost like a chicken and the egg situation. Like, yes, machine learning can make that process smoother and it can assist, but realistically, AI cannot code. Like, AI cannot actually write. I cannot expect AI to write a good quality production system and manage that system independent of humans. Like, it's just not, that's not practical. And I think we have a long way to go before we can even get there. And in my opinion, I would say that the only thing that has given these models the ability to code is training them on our collective shared, repos and code bases and things like that. And ultimately, like, there's a lot of good stuff in open source. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of junk in open source as well, because literally I can just spin up like a random project right now and just be testing something out, and it has nothing, like, it don't work, it has nothing practical in it. I'm just experimenting, and that's also in open source. And to me, like, all the secret sauce, honestly, all the secret sauce is not in open source. All the good, like, secret sauce is in proprietary code, which you would not have trained models on. And so I don't know, I just think it's so interesting. I have recently had experiences where other, like, technical folks, like folks that are developer maybe adjacent, or maybe they have former lives as developers, but I just think for anybody that really is in the weeds, in the day-to-day of what it truly means to be a software engineer, especially to be at a mid-level, senior, or higher, you cannot expect AI to do that. You really can't. Like, you literally just cannot. And especially when, like I said, like all the secret sauce is proprietary. No, the open source base of coding is probably, really good, really solid, right? Because like a lot of our programming languages are open source, etc. A lot of our good frameworks. But even then, there's a lack of, when you look at open source code, you're going to see more libraries, frameworks, right? More components, individual unique components. But that's not what software engineering is. You have to build an entire system. And you have to iterate in that system. You have to evolve that system over time. And that is something that you really do need, like, as an experienced skill set in. One thing that I was thinking about as we were watching the session earlier, though, is how, because I wrote this note, like, is death by extraction, like, already a concept? I feel like I might have heard that before. The perils of over abstraction, right? I was thinking about, I think this is a little bit more of like overcomplicating things, but the term like death by abstraction came to me when we were watching the sessions earlier, because I was just thinking about how they were showing taking a really complicated process and narrowing it down to, widgets and GUIs and drag and drop and chat interfaces, which I love, but I can see us getting ourselves into this, like, it's almost like it's going to be very hard for people that are coming up in this next generation of like software, because what makes, say, like if I want to use Gemini or something to help me code, what makes that an efficient tool for me is me having experience in building software and understanding what it is that I need to do in order to, bring to actually create a solution, right? So if I get a feature and I know I'm supposed to be working on a specific feature, I have ideas in my mind of exactly how I'm trying to approach that, and then what are the different like techniques and opportunities or options that I have. And then I can go to Gemini, assistant, and say, hey, I want to build a web service that is going to be RESTful, woo, woo. Like, you know what I mean? I have to actually have the language to articulate to the AI to explain what it is that I need in order to even get, effective use out of it. And that comes with experience. That comes with building stuff from the ground up, honestly. That comes with, getting your hands on things, breaking things, and all of that. So I'm just concerned, and I'm in like education space. It's just my sweet spot. So I'm more than concerned. I'm definitely going to keep like thinking on this and maybe even starting to like focus in this area. But it's really interesting to me because I'm like, I can see us easily getting ourselves in this trap where we abstract away so many things that new folks that are coming in, they're not going to understand how to do anything. I'm not going to say anything, but like I'm being a little bit dramatic with that wording, but almost, I kind of mean it. Like, prime example of this, when I was first learning how to code and I was first getting into Java development in particular, with Java, like, you always used an IDE. I never compiled Java from the command line, ever. I had never compiled Java from the command line. You didn't need to, you know what I mean? We had Eclipse at the time. That was when I was first learning. So I was using Eclipse, and once you write your code, you just hit compile, and everything runs and compiles for you, and you can run it automatically just pressing buttons. And that was fine, except I did not understand how to how Java compilation actually worked, honestly. And when I remember I struggled because I already knew front-end web dev, and I took a Java boot camp. So I was trying to become a full stack engineer before there was like full stack JavaScript. And I remember I was deploying this project to Heroku, which to this day, like I have on my GitHub. Like it was a project that I built. I built a lorem ipsum generator, and this was like my first personal project bringing together like a full stack web application. And I wanted to deploy it, and I couldn't figure out how to deploy it, all because when I was trying to deploy it to Heroku, they give you the instructions, how to configure everything, how to set everything up, and then they give you your the commands that you need to run. And because I never compiled Java manually before, I literally didn't know what I was looking at. So when my deployment wasn't working properly, I had no idea why it wasn't working. It took me somewhere between 3 and 6 months. I'll say maybe 3 months. I literally got so frustrated. I tried over and over and over and over and over again to deploy that thing for a minute. I mean, I probably tried for at least a couple weeks, just trying to figure out if I can understand it, leaving it, coming back to it. And then 3 to 6 months later, something like that, I ended up going back to the project. And all of a sudden, by this point, I was like, let me just try this again. I go through, I look at it, and then all of a sudden it made sense to me what was wrong, because in that time frame I had the experience of just compiling Java from the command line. So now when I looked at the error I was getting, and I looked at the instructions that Heroku was giving me, it made sense, because I'm looking at the instructions now, and I was like, oh, that is the compilation. That's the compilation command. Okay, cool. So now that I know that this is the compilation command, I could see what part of my compilation, what part of this command do I have to fix in order to get it to work properly for my project. And that's just one example, but that's a very real problem. And I would say too that I've had experiences with folks in the past where when I did my very first full stack software engineering role, we did Ruby on Rails at the time, primarily Ruby on Rails. We were not allowed to use an IDE. And I didn't think it was anything weird. I actually agreed with it, because basically for my team lead, our engineering director, his thought process was that the IDE really it abstracts a lot away from you, and sometimes that's to the detriment of your own learning ability. So, I really just say kind of all that to say that I love that we're building these tools. I love that it's going to be, more not beginner friendly, but you don't have to be completely specialized in order to do certain things, and that's awesome. Or you don't have to, go through all the tedious work to do certain things. But I hope, and I think that I personally want to work towards the just making sure that we don't lose that, your specialization is in your experience. And when you don't have the ability to have that direct experience with the code, the direct experience with just engineering in general, then the tools won't even be useful after a while, you know what I mean? So I don't know, it's just very interesting. But as I was thinking about that, I'm that becomes this loop that you can't really get out of after a while. It's like the where the entry-level jobs will be hey, you need 5 years of experience, and it's I need experience to get experience. So how do I get experience, right? At that point, there's no on-ramp. So yeah, that was just one thing that kind of came to mind for me today. So I'm really thinking on that. I'm highly interested and even more encouraged to keep looking into and exploring, just I love AI and learning about it, and it's not just about the new opportunities, it's also about the problems. Like, we have to solve the problems that we're presenting for ourselves. Because like another big thing with AI is the amount of, like you said, you spend $1 trillion to train a model. Like we are using so many like physical resources, and that's just crazy, and that's not scalable long term. So I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm off on a tangent, but baby boy is really like upset with me right now. So I want to go ahead and end it for today, but I will see y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. I have an interview tomorrow, so I'm gonna be like probably heads down mode. But I will have my stream for sure. If I feel like it's a little bit too distracting, then I might stream after my interview actually. But I think my interview is at 3 o'clock. So I'm excited, but I don't know. This stuff is it's new territory. It's new territory, and I'm here for it at the end of the day. I wonder if I'm just gonna see like if we can rate somebody real quick, because y'all, let's go check out Queen Panda. Wait, let me see. Productive time is streaming. And Queen Panda 3 hours. All right, let's go check on Productive Time. She came in, checked in with us earlier. So if you want to get some more working in, oops. Say hi. I'll see y'all tomorrow.